Yes. All things all good? Yeah.
السلام عليكم. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to OSOS Thrive. We are thrilled to have you join us today, where leaders, innovators, and partners come together to explore the future of digital transformation. Over the few hours, we will be experiencing inspiring talks, exclusive project review, thought-provoking discussions, and plenty of opportunity to connect with the industry leaders. So let's get started. Please join me to welcome our visionary leader, the leader that drives the force behind OSOS, the journey of growth, Mr. Abdallah Al-Kindi, the CEO of OSOS.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. الحضور الكريم، مرحبا بكم في فعالية أوسوس ثرايف أو أوسوس تزدهر. نشكر طبعا يعني الحضور الذين حضروا في هذه المناسبة اللي مثل ما كنت أخبر بعضكم الآن أن احنا نعتبركم جزء من أوسوس. كل أحد يعني شارك معنا في مشوارنا هذا نعتبره جزء أصيل من أوسوس. I will need to switch to English, so dear distinguished guests, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Hungary, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Libya, our Chairman, Hilal Al-Busaidi, and the Group CEO of the CAN, and the investor also in OSOS Said Hungary. Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to OSOS Thrive. Okay, guys, so today I just want to talk a bit, okay, if you recall, so some people who attended the previous session last year, we talked mainly about how OSOS is very relevant to the technology market in Oman. How is that important for the Omani economy, and what does it mean for OSOS? In this round, or in this session of OSOS, this year, 2025, we have named it Thrive, and we really mean that. أطلقنا على هذه السنة أسس تزدهر، ونحن نعني فعلا ما يعني الكلمة ومضامينها يعني، وحققنا بعض الأشياء اللي ساهمت في أن تزدهر فعلا تتحقق يعني. The Thrive actually really happens, and we're going to walk through so that you guys all are in alignment with the vision of OSOS. You understand that. You hear it from me as Abdallah Al-Kindi, who's running the show along with all our team members who have participated in making this successful. So for those who are, I don't think that people don't know many what is OSOS right now, but so far, alhamdulillah, we have more than 300 clients. We are operating not physically, but our products are implemented in more than 17 countries right now as a company. We also have 30,000 users using our different applications. Alhamdulillah. And we are proud to be part of Mubadara and IFCA, our industrial in OSOS. Right now we have more than 18 products, and what we mean by products is that OSOS as a company has managed to do something extraordinary in this region, at least. Okay? There are not that many companies that produce their own IPs. What I mean IP is that really work on a software, you build it, it becomes a product, and then it becomes your own IP. You can sell it. Other companies or other investment authorities can join to be part of your company, your journey, and your growth. So that is a differentiator actually in the Omani economy right now. We have delivered more than 660 projects with different customers from the 300 clients, and we currently have around 240 employees who are making OSOS Thrive. What makes us different is that actually we do not depend a lot to use other technologies. We build our own technology, and that's a differentiator, as I said. We also manage it for the customers. That means that we will go the extra mile, give the extra service to the customers, and make them better relieved in terms of how to manage the system, the servers, the clouds, and so on. We do that for them. We do also the implementation, so we support you in implementation. And this is something, a bit missing in many other companies right now working from abroad. They all have partners working in Oman or in the region that support the actual vendor or the actual company. Whereas, no, we will do the implementation with you. We will go through the full cycle, the full journey together, inshallah, to make your life easier and also to make better value, better use of the technology. Yes. Okay, what makes it different, guys? I mean, this is a very important slide. I will switch between Arabic and English. So I'll talk first in Arabic and then I'm going to go to English for the explanation. الهدف الحقيقي الحين يعني نتحدث نحن عن التقنيه وكل التحديات اللي الان تطرق على العالم زي ما نجد انه في كثير من الظروف اللي تجعل المؤسسات والدول كثير تفكر في مساله الاحتفاظ بالبيانات، البيانات تكون محفوظه في عمان، لكن هل هذا كافي؟ طيب ان تكون فقط البيانات محفوظه في عمان، ولا ايضا لازم النظم اللي تشغل هذه البيانات وتشغل هذه المعلومات ايضا تكون موجوده في عمان، مبنيه في عمان، مبنيه مثلا خلال شركات محليه وطنيه. هي هذه الفكره الان ان احنا نعتمد اكثر حتى على تشغيل البيانات. شركه أسس توفر المنصات، منصه اداره الموردين، منصه اداره العمليات التربويه، منصه لاداره شؤون الموظفين، منصه لاداره الشؤون الماليه والمصروفات، منصه لاداره يعني الكيو اتش اس اي او اللي هو الامن والسلامه، منصه لاداره يعني قطاعات اخرى يعني نخدم فيها نحن كشركه أسس. الانجن خلينا نقول او الماكينه او البلاتفورم اللي يدير البيانات ايضا مبني من خلال شركه أسس. ايش يعني هذا؟ يعني ان احنا الان نساهم في بناء شركه محليه وطنيه. وهذه يعني دائما نقول it's a shared responsibility، هي مسؤوليه متبادله بين المؤسسات الحكوميه، المؤسسات في الدوله وايضا الشركه التي تبني مثل هذه الانظمه. So switching to English, sorry guys, but I need to say this also in English for the ambassadors and also other distinguished guests. But I intended to say that the idea of having data sovereignty is also very important, of course. But what's even more important is that we offer the engine that operates using this data, the platform that within they run. And this is what OSOS is doing right now. We are not only keeping the data safe, but we are also offering the platforms, the engine that makes brings value to the customer, but at the same time it's provided within or in Oman. Okay. The other thing is reducing as much as possible getting technology from abroad. We intend that right now. No, we need to build the technology in Oman so that we can export it outside and participate in action. Okay, as I always say, OSOS is a story of a company right now that is walking the talk. It's creating the real action. When we say diversification of the economy, we really mean it, and we really have OSOS. يعني لما نقول مثلا احنا نساهم في التنوع الاقتصادي، نحن فعلا يعني هذا الشيء، نحن اتخذنا الخطوات الحقيقيه العمليه ان نجعل استخدام التقنيه ما فقط استخدام، بل حتى ممكن نصدرها الى الخارج يعني. فهذه فكره اسس الان، ونعتبر الزمايل اللي هم هنا حاضرين هم جزء من مراحل مشوار هذا النجاح، كما يعني كنا نتكلم مع بعض الشباب في البريك. طيب هذا مشوار اسس. زين الاسس اوريجينيتد حقيقه كفكره. انا دائما اقول اذا كان واحد يسال عنها 2015 او 2016 لما بدات فكره اسس، كان ممكن واحد يقول ان هذه فكره مجنونه. It's a crazy idea. Why would you create a company? Okay, if you have already other companies in the place, and why do you need? Why does China, for example, need to build cars? There are cars in other places, but economies need to step into that. ونحن once again we prove that we are the real example, a walking example، مثال عملي واقعي يمشي على الارض بشركه استطاعت انها تصنع التقنيه. طيب فالفكره لما بدات في 2015 حقيقه يعني انا اريد احيي المهندس هلال البوزعيد، حقيقه لانه هو كان صاحب هذه الفكره التي بدات في 2015، وكانت في البدايه فكره يعني انها تكون بديل عن بعض النظم الخارجيه اللي موجوده مثل نسميها عادي مثل اوراكل ولا اس اي بي ولا مايكروسوفت. وقرروا انه في 2015 المجموعه الخليجيه للطاقه وقتها انظمتهم، وبعد ذلك استمرت في مرحله البوت ستراب. هذا الشيء ليس سهل يا جماعه الخير، انك انت تستثمر لمده من 2015 ل 2020 في فكره انت تؤمن فيها وتؤمن باحقيتها وتؤمن انها فعلا مهمه وبتحرك الاقتصاد وبتخلق وظائف وبتعزز المكانه المحليه للسلطنه. هذا الايمان تبعه عمل يعني. فشكرا مهندس هلال انك وصلت الى 2020 الشركه وما زلت داعم اساسي لها. في الفتره بين 21 الى 24 انضمت اذكار وصارت جزء من اكثر من جزء من انفستر. من 21 الى 24 ايضا هم صاروا شريك حقيقي. طيب اذكار اليوم تستخدم نظم اسس يعني، والحمد لله الاعمال معهم ماشيه بشكل جيد، هم داعم حقيقي للترويج عن الاسس. زين وايضا ليس فقط والله ترويج، لا في فائده حقيقيه للناس. انت ممكن يعني اللي اشتغل مع اسس يعرف ان احنا ممكن نقدم فائده حقيقيه وبكفاءه عاليه. طيب فالافكار انضمت في الانفستمنت سكشن من تقريبا خلينا نقول من 2021 وشاركتنا في مشوار النمو. طيب هذا ايش اللي حققه؟ يعني الحين لما يعني فورس يعني اتحدت القوى زين when the joint forces happened إذكار and مبادرة وصدارة. صدارة is the technology investment partner. صار في تغيير يعني جوهري وحقيقي على مستوى الشركة، صار في نمو على مستوى الشركة الحمد لله. انتقلنا من 66 زبون في 2021 يعني جدد الى 293 في 2024، ونتوقع ان نفس معدل النمو هذا يكون ايضا ان شاء الله هذا السنه. هذا كله بجهود المشتركه الاخرى الحمد لله. اعداد المنتجات او الموديلز ايضا زادت، لان نحن كل ما نحتك مع المؤسسات الحكوميه more we engage with the customers we figure that we need to innovate more, we need to develop more, we need to add more to our suite, we need to add more value, okay? And we also have a clear project roadmap. We are not just bringing anything جيب اي شيء ونسويها الزباين. لا تزعلوا منا بعض المرات لما نرفض، هو لان نحن ايضا بيكون عندنا يعني رؤيه او عندنا استراتيجيه للدفاع. فعموما زادت عدد المنتجات والمودلز من 13 الى 18. النمو اللي ساهم بعد ذلك ان نشوف نسب النمو 12 33 24 95، وباذن الله هذه السنه ايضا بتكون يعني قفزه اخرى باذن الله تعالى. هذا على مستوى النمو في الريفينيو الشركه. فالشركه متجهه الحمد لله بالاتجاه الصحيح بدعمكم جميعا، ونتامل ان ايضا نتطلع ان نصل اكثر حتى الى العالميه. هذه ايضا خططنا الان في المستقبل القريب. So this is just a summary of the OSOS journey where we started and where we are right now. We started as a group, as actually a technology center in a company. that develop their own solutions for the company, which is the Mubadara Group or Gulf Energy Plan. And then we moved to becoming a company with multi-shareholders, Ifkar and Mubadara. And since then, we are seeing great growth. طيب في طريقه ادارتنا للشركه، زين احنا كنا نريد نسوي مجموعه من الامور. كان عندنا هدف انه لما طلعنا في 2021، طيب 2021 كان عندنا يعني اذا عملنا بس للكاستمرز على السي ار ام مالنا، نلاحظ ان معظم المؤسسات اللي معانا اس ام اي. فكانت الفكره ان كان كيف ممكن ننتقل من المؤسسات المتوسطه او الصغرى الى مؤسسات اكبر. فخلقنا مجموعه من المايند سيتس سنه ورا سنه، وكل سنه نريد نحقق شيء، والحمد لله كل ما كنا نحط خطه او هاشتاج بين قوسين يعني زي هذيك السنه نحقق بعدها النتائج مع نهايه السنه. في 22 بدينا نشتغل مع الكاستمرز بهذا الحجم مثل عمان كرومات او شركه الكروم العمانيه. في 23 حطينا هدف انه we need to transform، على اساس نحقق ان نحن نجيب مستوى من الزباين او الكاستمرز على شوي لارجر سكيل. فلما حطينا هذا الشيء في بالنا الحمد لله تحقق. كانت اسس ترانسفورم، وفي اسس ترانسفورم السنه هذه استطعنا ان نحن نكسب في يعني مع اسس شركاء جدد، زبائن جدد بس نسميهم شركاء بشكل اساسي، مثل الرويال اكاديمي مانجمنت، الاكاديميه السلطانيه للاداره، مثل هيئه تنظيم الاتصالات، مثل السياد. هذا صار في 23 لما قررنا ان نحن نحط اسس ترانسفورم. السنه اللي بعدها قلنا نحن نريد وي ونت تو جو فurther، يعني نريد شيء مختلف، فعملنا اسس اليفيت. حتى اذا تتذكروا السنه الماضيه كانت فعاليه اسمها اسس اليفيت. نحن كل سنه نحاول نضع هدف ونحققه ان شاء الله تعالى. فاسس اليفيت اللي صار يعني اسس اليفيت تصاعد، كان كذا تقريبا الترجمه الحرفيه يعني. كسبنا مجموعه اذكار، يعني جزاهم الله خير تعاونوا معنا في ذلك. كسبنا العمل مع تنميه، اليوم تنميه ايضا موجودين معنا استخدموا النظام. كسبنا الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات، وايضا هم ممثلين معنا من الشرطه جزاهم الله خير. كسبنا يعني بعض المؤسسات. فنشوفوا ان التراجكتوري انه المؤسسات ونوعيه المؤسسات اللي نعمل معها يعني تتحسن، ما قلت تتحسن، لكن احنا نتقدم، يعني تقدمنا في هذا النمو. وبعدين وصلنا عند اسس ثرايف. اسس ثرايف كانت سنه هي سنه 25، حطينا هدف الازدهار، قلنا اسس تزدهر او اسس ثرايف. لما حطينا هذا في بالنا حققنا الحمد لله هذه النتائج الطيبه. هيئه البيئه اتمنى ان يكونوا موجودين. الرايه، زين الرايه تستخدم نظامنا، هم جزء من اساس and they use our property management solution. وعندك الكليه المصرفيه اللي تستخدم الان الاديوكيشن سولوشن مالنا education AURP، وعندنا بعض المؤسسات الاخرى الحكوميه. يعني switch quickly to English. And so what we want to say here, or what we want to demonstrate, is that we have put in our minds that each year we need to have a mission, and that mission is written in a hashtag, but it actually has actions that we follow, which result in the following. So what we had in 2023 is that we need to transform, and we have achieved by winning the customers listed there. In 24, we said we need to elevate, so we put hashtag this is elevate all of our social media platforms, and we have achieved that, alhamdulillah. In 2025, this year, we have put OSOS Thrive as our hashtag or our mission for the year, and alhamdulillah, things are moving in the right direction. So, we are a mission-oriented company. We are driven by passion, and we also follow that by really hard work to achieve what we need to do as a group and as a company. Okay, so the framework, as I explained, the framework needs to be explained, so it doesn't just be عنوان فقط. لازم العنوان نحن نضع له خطة عمل، a plan to be executed, and this is what we have done this year. So we are inspiring to discover the innovation that we need to work on. We are leading these, and believing that we are leading in this region as a company that has its own platforms, أنظمتها الخاصة. وأيضا ثرايف. زين يتحقق ان شاء الله بعد ذلك الثرايف اللي احنا نطمح له. Okay, so what are they expecting? What is new? Many people are asking, what are we about to see in this event, inshallah ta'ala? So the things that we're going to be witnessing is the unveiling of breakthroughs. Okay, we're going to talk about OSOS business platform in more details, inshallah, by Abdullah Al-Qadi, our Chief Innovation and Product Innovation and Operation. And we're going to talk about OSOS Thrive. OSOS Thrive is our AI platform and AI initiative, and it is also a new initiative driven out of passion, need, and value. And that will be presented by our lead in AI, Ali Al-Hinai. And we're going to do a sneak peek on EasyRB, which is a relaunch of our SME applications. Because we had a great customer in SME, what I want to be very sure and very careful on delivering today is that we're not abandoning the SME market. We came with a more innovative approach so that we can win more SME customers in an easier way. We're going to celebrate some partnerships today, inshallah ta'ala, and ceremonies. We're going to do some engagement sessions. Technology leaders will be joining us on the stage to talk about futuristic technology topics, and it's an opportunity to network as we have been networking previously. So at the end, our shareholders, Ifka, Mubadara, thank you very much for being part of OSOS. Thank you for believing in OSOS. بعد الله سبحانه وتعالى, without your participation, without your mission, without your hard work, without your guidance, without your passion as well, we wouldn't have been where we are today. So thank you very much, guys. Our clients, as I said, not more than clients, you are our partners. You are our strategic partners. You are our ally. With you, we have made what we have done. So thanks to all the customers and clients. But honestly, to me, most importantly, thank you, OSOS team. Everyone, okay, in OSOS. Sales, marketing, software engineers, product managers, support engineers, everyone. Thank you for being in OSOS and giving your time to make OSOS where it is today. شكرا لكم جميعا. إن شاء الله ما أعطيتنا واجب وضاح. بارك الله فيكم. إن شاء الله تكون جلسة مثرية لكم جميعا. شكرا.
Thank you, Abdullah. I was touched. Thank you, Natika. Now to share OSOS vision for shaping the future of business and digital transformation. It is my pleasure to invite Engineer Saeed, CEO of Ifka.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. It's been a pleasure being with you today, and it's always excited. I feel excited of celebrating the achievements of our portfolio companies. And today, to be honest, I always say that OSOS has a special treatment and case within our portfolio companies. Among all of our portfolio companies, OSOS has started with a challenging mission, which Abdullah have just explained, of creating a company to create a clear value to the economy of Oman and the sovereignty and the data residency. This mission is not an easy, considering the competition which we have, the international competition. So, unlike the other companies which we have in our portfolio, OSOS was always having a special treatment from the CAP because they hold that national mission, which has to be supported in order for us to achieve what we have been created as an FCA to achieve. First, contributing to the economy. Second, creating quality jobs in the economy. And today, with all the journey which was presented by Abdullah, we're seeing that the dreams are on its way. Dreams are today achieved through the successful stories of the people who worked at this company, the people who have lived on this company, including the clients who supported the journey of the company. So thank you for everybody who's on the room today, because everybody has contributed in developing a company which supports the Romanian economy in first place. Second, in supporting an innovation company which will start now after the platforms to put more innovation on these platforms to achieve a more innovative products which will serve our business and increase the productivity. So again, I'm very glad to be with you today and looking forward to see these events annually where more achievements, more products are in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Next, we unveil the power behind OSOS innovation and its products. Solutions designed to empower organizations and driving growth. Please welcome Mr. Abdullah Raqadi, the president. He will present the strategic quality revealing features of OSOS business platform, Live and Easy RP.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباحكم بالخير. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for being here. Thank you for being OSOS, not as a clients, as a real guest that we are glad to have you all using our national products. When we talk about OSOS from product perspective, before we do any strategy, we have to see what is in hand. If we go back to the success that Abdullah had mentioned, we used to have scattered applications with a different number of products. So we started, if we go back, we started with a small ERP serving a small company or a big company, doesn't matter, but it was meant only to be serving a company. From there, the success starts by building up different products. But later, we have faced a challenge when it comes to the maintaining those applications to make those applications ready for the market, ready to support the market, ready to be real and national or international products. So the journey of also start from a silos products. Then later in late 20s, or I mean, say beginning of 22, we have thought about how to make those products as a platform. So we moved down from a scattered applications into architect platforms that could accumulate all the products into a modules wise, having a different features, interconnected features that supports the entire products. So what we have developed is OSOS business platforms that consist of different things that could help and support the clients and lead our products as real international products. So we have built an OSOS platforms that has different features, such as a powerful architected systems that allows to maintain a central hub of all products. We don't need to repeat those engines into different applications. It's going to be a central platforms that serves, and it has the flexibility of integrations plus advanced security to ensure from an access perspectives and the authentications of each product. Not only that, today the users would like also to have a control on their applications when it comes to adding some more forms, reports, dashboards. So we have come up with a dynamic dashboards, dynamic reports, and forms that allows the customers to customize their forms in each of these products. So I would say OSOS has an arsenal of products, has a big portfolios, and as Abdullah mentions, we have started from small numbers. We are ending about 8 products with numbers of modules. So all that becomes now as one platform consists of all these into one umbrella that we are there to support the clients, not only from application size, even from the hosting. We give the freedoms of the of the clients to ensure where he wants to host it. When it comes to Oman, definitely we are hosting our application databases in Oman, whether it is in cloud or on-prem. So our applications has the capabilities to be hosted in Oman, outside Oman, with cloud, on-prem, and so forth. It has also the capabilities of having or using a different databases when it comes. We come across different clients using different databases. Again, here, this is some of features or interconnected components within OSOS platform. Today, we cannot, in this new era, we cannot have any products without any AI. Otherwise, you will find yourself out of date. So what we are doing right now, we want to ensure that our products are AI-driven. And that is why the platform helps us to approach or to achieve that pillar. Plus, we are there to use different emerging technologies. When it comes, for example, QHSE, it requires IoT devices to be connected to ensure we are capturing the right information at the right time. But in addition to that, we are also need to build the AI within the dashboards to ensure we are having a predictions rather than just reactions on those dashboards or reports and so forth. And definitely, we are also using the low-code, no-code concepts within our applications to be faster developing any kind of applications at a speedy time manner. Again, the workflow engines, the automation is part of our main components of OBB to ensure that, again, we are very transparent when we are saying this automation. Some of the people, they are still, confusing between AI and automations. Not all automations is AI, and vice versa. This is just a quick snap of our roadmap. We are starting from revamping the silos applications into the new technology stacks that could fit into our OBP, and definitely the AI and the rest of industry. This one more thing, what makes us more differentiate between OSOS ERP. See, most of the companies are having ERPs, whether it's nationally or internationally. But are these ERPs fits all industries? The questions will find many ERP does not fit many industries. Where is agility of our products makes us fits and customize to any type of industries, whether it's from oil, gas, education, health, and vice versa. And that is why we are so confident that our ERP, our other solutions could fit any type of industries. And again, our aim is to always, our applications is predictions rather than, and to be not only interactions more and perfections. As Abdullah has mentioned, our aim strategy is to move our portfolios of products and shift it to a different strategies from Roman portals or local products into an international platforms that could serve different kind of international countries applications needs. And that is part of our clouds and AI ecosystems. And definitely later on, Mr. Sayyid Farhan will talk more about our OBP, why it is very important and what's make us more different than others on the next talks when he comes to talk about OBP. Here, as Abdullah mentioned, our hero here, Mr. Ali Hinai, who is leading the team of AI, will speak about our Romani AI products called Ghaith. Ghaith is an Romani product that's been built within our boundary and it's localized what do you call it, LLM or data hosting within our country. So our strategies always, when we are talking about AI, it's very easy to use AI from any global vendors. So that means all our data going to be outside of Oman. And that's break our privacy and confidentiality according to the Oman policy. So what we are doing here, we want to show that our data does not reach our country. So all the data can be within Oman and it's going to be hosted within the LLM and the team is working towards producing different use cases that fits the needs. AI is not about just dumping anything. It's about real use cases that could help and improve the products and the customers' needs. So our ultimate goal is to ensure that our products are AI driven. And we are already starting with two products. That is document management system that already has the services within it to ensure that our products is having real cases within document management system or even a recruitment management system from creating the job descriptions until the selections of the candidates. And as I have mentioned, one of the strategy in AI is to localize our LLM. And the second part of our strategy to ensure building our own platform that plug into any type of products. We know that there are different products across Oman or outside Oman, but they are looking only specifically for AI. We are trying here to build a platform where AI works and can be plugged in to any different of applications. Finally, our pillars not only as innovations, it's our pillars of OSOS is to ensure that we are AI-driven products, we are keep continuing innovating in our products, doing a lot of R&D and benchmarking to ensure that we are towards an international standards and international needs, not only nationals. We are also most important that OSOS is building local capacity. Why is that? We do have a lot of people who are graduated from information technology, but yet we don't have a specialized people, humanist candidates who work specifically on ERPs. We have still shortage in that area. We have shortage of people in Oman who works, for example, in DevOps, or to be a functional consultant working in different type of products. We have also to add people, Romani talents, who are going to be an expert domains in certain areas. So one of the main pillars is to ensure that we are building Romani talents to be working within a company like OSOS and make them ready not only for OSOS but even for the Oman market. And that is why Abdullah had mentioned that we are towards creating OSOS Academy to ensure that we are getting fresh and building those capacities. Our again is our another pillar is to ensure that we are delivering on time and providing on-time supports. So it is not only about implementing or deploying, but we want to ensure that our ambassadors as a support are providing the right replies, the right supports at the right time. So finally, as Abdullah and Engineer Saeed says, we are not looking only to produce products or to ensure that we are building such platforms, but in reality, we are contributing on the digital economy, and we want to ensure that we are part of our national digital economic growth. And that is why we are doing our best to ensure that we are targeting and achieving that. OSOS is a real case where it's your choice and you are part of these contributions definitely since you are a client. So you are adding, but we're expecting more to come to ensure that the number or the percentage of the growth is much better than this year or previous years. So thank you guys, thank you clients, thank you investors, thank you our leader Abdullah Al-Kindi, who drives this growth or this roadmap to ensure that OSOS is shining not only in Oman but also in the international. Currently, we are there in 17 countries, but we aim to be finding OSOS in every single country, and that does not reflect OSOS, it reflects Oman. And that is why we need your support, guys, here. We need each and individual persons here to be the ambassadors of OSOS. So our success is cannot be achieved alone. It's achieved by you guys. You are the one who are going to be presenting OSOS, and we want to give you the assurance that we do our best to meet all your needs. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullah. And with that, now we're going to take 20-minute break, enjoy the opportunity of networking, and we'll be back with more exciting sessions, inshallah. See you soon. Shall I start? Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed this short break. To end off the second quarter, I'm proud in introducing OSOS Academy, our platform for empowering professionals through learning and development. Please join me to welcome Mr. Ali Bilushi, our HR Director.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I see less people than the previous section, which makes me less tense. Okay. First of all, I would like to welcome all the guests. Thank you, Abdullah, for the introductory speech, and thank you, Abdullah Qadi, for all. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ali Bilushi, the HR Director at OSOS. I'm very proud to have joined OSOS in the last 4 months. It's been quite a very intense and interesting journey with us the last 4 months. It's a critical mission on me, and I have joined the team where OSOS is really going up north and growing big time. So it's a very big proud moment to be part of this team, and I would like to first mention that when OSOS is growing, there has to be a team behind. A winning relationship between OSOS and clients has to be backed up with a winning team. And the winning team is a big thing. It's probably a simple word, but there's a lot of work to be having. Before I start slides, I would like to give a big thank you for the team who has been in OSOS since the beginning, and also welcoming the new people coming in. If you look at the slides, OSOS is a very proud Omani company that is looking upward to be growing into local dimension and also global. This means that if we promise our clients to have product quality, definitely we will have to have quality of and that means a talent relevance. The issue that we need to highlight here, I really don't want to see this as a challenge, but this is something that we need to consider as key considerations. Coming to OSOS in the past 4 months, I was probably on my big list of responsibilities is to look at the talent acquisition and how ready is OSOS in the coming journey. Of course, as we grow, we will need to increase the team size. We will need to bring the right team for the coming for the scale-up journey. Now, the point that I have to raise here is looking at the talent scarcity in Oman. I was sitting with the management and we were discussing how we can really bridge this gap. The issue is not with the availability of IT graduates. The issue is having the ERP experience along that IT background. So one of the key considerations as we look at people is the scarcity in the local market and how we build on that and tap on that. We also need to consider a growing client demand when it comes to the need for techno-functional team. OSOS growing globally also needs a look at the sustainability of the talent. The IT sector itself is one of the sectors that is considered to have a relatively higher attrition rate. If you look at the different sectors, IT will be the sector where there are a lot of people leaving the businesses, and that becomes a concern. There is also a critical gap when we look at the academic outcomes and the market needs. So these are different considerations when we look in total on the talent availability and talent. Here comes the look at the strategic approach. So when we at OSOS need to consider building pipelines for talent, looking at it strategically, we have been discussing, as Abdullah, as Kimbi has mentioned, OSOS Academy is coming down the line. So we are now building the plan for OSOS Academy. And why are we doing that? Because number one, there has been huge success stories from leading organizations like you have Oracle Academy and SAP Academy, and this has proved a lot of success stories. And if we look at the academy, it's normally a strategic point of view. So the issue that we are going to work on is not that we don't have skills. The skills are there. The team currently in OSOS is having the right skills that has been acquired over the years. The next mission is to standardize those skills and to make sure that these people are certified, also to make sure that adoption is at the right speed. This is a quick snapshot, or you can say a picture of the idea of OSOS Academy, and we have decided to share this with our clients just to have kind of an alignment as part of the partnership. Now, mining talent and building capability is very deep because the work is very heavy, and we need to really build a lot of plans to make sure that the right capability and the capability reservoir is there. Now, if you look at these pillars of OSOS Academy, to the right and left, we have OSOS Code and OSOS Flow. And these are mostly to do with external relation of the academy and for OSOS and the clients. In the center, you will see three pillars about people. So what we are trying to build in OSOS in a bigger picture is to have some kind of immersion in the academic curriculums of the universities. This is where we educate. And to create an early awareness by seeding OSOS as an employer of choice. And that is where we attract. The next stage is when we build our talent. And this is what we call OSOS roles. What comes next is when people are in the organization, and this is where we grow the people, and there we have programs that we call them OSOS Boost. What is very most interesting for our clients is when we flow our talent as needed. There are a lot of demands when clients demand specific OSOS competencies, specific OSOS skills, and maybe techno-functional support. And that could be on hire or on. So, out of all that academy plan, we decided internally as a business to activate as a first initiative OSOS Roots. And why we are calling it OSOS Roots is basically because we are targeting to root the OSOS competencies, values, and culture at the right stage. So OSOS Roots is basically going to be a 6-month internship of, you can call it apprenticeship, a program, a training program that will be followed by employment. This program is basically to develop ERP-related skill sets in the team, and it's going to be very much targeted specifically to OSOS products. And this is where we feel that the need that we need to build on and tap on. So the program is going to be on different tracks. These tracks are very specifically aligned to different roles. You can, for example, think about engineering and innovation positions where we have developers, where we have product owners as well, and where we have project managers and also support and sales and pre-sales. So these are all the tracks that are going to be very much focused, and we are going to consider them when building the training programs. That leads us to the importance of why everyone is here. So this is a collective mandate. When we look at Oman, OSOS is committed and should be committed to create a platform for the job opportunities for the Omanis, specifically from the graduates of the technology sector. And of course, developing local expertise contributing to the digital economy. And of course, Oman 2040 vision. And what it means for us, of course, as we are scaling them, is that we ensure that there is talent readiness for the growth and innovation. And that what that means is that OSOS is a talent enabler or a capability hub. And what does that mean also for clients is that we give access for the clients either for team training, their own team training, or probably having access to our certified techno-functional experts, whether based on hire or based on I think this is all about OSOS Academy in a snapshot. I was very much pleased to be giving a snapshot about that. And again, the purpose of that was to make sure that everyone is aligned and know what we are planning and how we are going to get OSOS ready for the next move. So thank you all back for the time.
Thank you, Ali. Up next, we dive deeper into OSOS business platform and the toward enabling smart, faster, and more connected organization. Please welcome Mr. Saeed Farhan, Vice President of Products Innovation.
Thanks, Varun. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks everyone to be here. And I would like to give by my heart all the valuable guests here, partners and investors with us. So today, as Abdullah Rakadi and Abdullah Gindi already have given the light view our OBB platform. So I will, from my side, go in a more detailed components areas that how it looks like and what other benefits it can provide you. So what is the OSOS platform? Actually, that is the platform that is we are powering the business, whatever the future needs. We are looking at how we can be a different and how we can allow business to more agile and grow with the platform. So, but before that, I go in a deep of the platform. I would like to ask some questions related to how the current business having the challenges when we come to the ERP, whenever we are implementing any ERP. So I would like to ask the question that how much successful implementation as an ERP, if you go to any of the market reports, so there is always be the number that every year there are multiple ERP applications are getting failed, implementation are not successful, and there are a lot of reasons behind that. So any number, if anybody can mention to me that yes, this is the number that ERP application are getting failed as an implementation from different organizations. Any number in your mind? 50, yes, it's very close, but still there can be more from this side. Any number, how many ERP implementation in a year is going to be failed? Either by the private organization or by the public sector. Any number? Good, good. You are very close, and really the number that you are mentioning is almost, as per the report, almost 55% to 75% implementation are getting failed. There are a lot of reasons and I can say few reasons to you. Maybe it is product limitation. Maybe it is a scope limitation. Maybe it is a high cost of adaptation. Maybe the stakeholder issues. They are not able to understand what they want. So there are a lot of challenges which is uh, can factor to failure of the project. But I will take one of the point which can play a big role to make this thing to be successful. That is what we are coming with boundaries, which is limiting any business organization to adopt any ERP. It should be allowed more empowering to the business people. Whatever they want, they try to adopt at maximum. But there is always a limit. We need to be really around within. I will take another natural example to you. Today I am having this stress. Yes, there is a flexibility to tailor it. But you cannot tailor the person who are 3 times bigger than me. So same like ERP, if you go to the industry, so there is a ERP can be customized on certain limit and it cannot go beyond. So OSOS is coming with the different thoughts that how we can bridge this gap where we have limited freedom to adopt any organization's problems. So I want to highlight that what is the challenges that is ERP industry is actually facing. And from there, I will go what is the solution that OSOS can provide and what other benefits can come. So if you talk about HRMS, finance and supply chain, these are the very common functions, common domain across the different products available. Off the shelf, very well established, very process available. But the problem comes once we adopt to once we go to any industry. I'm just putting some industry name, oil and gas, education, transportation. But every industry has their own specific need, and there the challenge will start. That we adopt this all scenarios of this industry, either it is an investment organization, transportation organization, or health organization. Then the core of the HRMS and finance starts shaking, and the tool which cannot adopt it. And then the problem start in ERP that yes, we cannot do this, we can do this. This is possible, that is not possible. So that's the reason most of the ERP implementation getting failure. One of the reason I was writing here at the moment, one size doesn't fit all, but I'm putting question mark. I'm not agree with this because our vision is beyond this. We want to make this statement false, and then we want to elevate our product more and more where can we fit as much tailored as to the need of the organization. Similarly, if I go dive with the next slide, we are, as I repeat again, core business application ERP is same. Everybody from this call maybe say, yes, ERP is same. ERP functionality is available. We have different type of product available. It's always same. But there is always the question that whenever we are going to buy any ERP application, we could check whether influenced by the industry, business specific demand and workflow, it will allow you, it is give you the room to adopt your need because maybe as a business, as an organization, you are taking the feedback from the company who is in a different domain and you are in a different domain. And the organization A is giving you the feedback, no, this ARP is very perfect, we are adopting, end-to-end is available. But when it comes to your organization, your nature is totally different. And then the game start giving a problem and the downsize start in the middle of the project, not on the start of the project. Because the start of the project, everything is very good, everything is very sound. So this is a very, I would say, the challenging and big problem at the moment is as a vendor, they are not understanding this problem. As an organization also, they are not understanding this problem. And that is the main, I would say, the pain point which we have to do. And that's the reason OSOS is in the deep of this area that how we can resolve this problem. I believe this is your problem as well. Anybody can raise this, but are you agree with me or is something which is not relevant? Are you facing similar challenge in your organization? Anybody can raise the hand. I can see few hands. So maybe you are in a good hand at the moment and you are serving in a better way. By the way, I told you that there is a failure rate is 55% to 70%, 75%. But also, I'm very proud of myself because I was the ex-delivery director before I was managing a different portfolio of the project. And based on our data at the moment, we are 90% plus successful rate of ERP implementation. We are not very strong. we are not very agile at the moment in terms as a product. That's the reason we are coming with our next one. But even we are not very flexible, we are not very dynamic in terms of our current products that we have at the moment. But still we have 90% step. Why? This is not about the tool. This is about the team as well. It is about our delivery as well. This is about support as well and engineering as well. So this is actually making the full contribution as a 90% successful ERP implementation in GCC and other regions. So this is the main problem which I want to set the stage that what is the problem and how we are going to solve the problem. So my next is the slide related to we are talking about how business agility adopt, transform and thrive. So business is changing, business rapidly changing, market is changing, there are demands. So how the platform can help us to meet the need of the business, which is evolving at the moment, and you have to be also be to be part of your business to be grow and be successful. So for that reason, we are coming with the two areas where we are talking about the platform itself. That platform should be out of the box, giving you all the fundamental components which is you can adopt, use it on the go, whatever your need. So I'm just giving the name of the platform, one of the component of the platform that it is the adoptable workflow, whatever the business requires, the workflow, you can customize, you can define your workflows and change your workflows. So it will be giving you the more freedom and it will give you the more flexibility as per the business need, as per the industry need. All this can be customized. Second is business process automation. So whatever the business processes in the organizations are there, where you need to have some tasks to be automated, not to be done by the people. It should be done automatically by the system based on your need, based on your requirement, based on your demand. So this is another open door which is giving you the flexibility and room, empowering to you to set your all the configuration that you want. It's not required us, OSOS has to be participated. Actually, if you ask me, this is actually going to be reduce our cost because you are not going to us, it is going to in your hand and you're going to solve your own problems. Localizations, either bilingual, it's via n number of languages you can adopt either as a data, whatever the language you want to capture your data, English, Japanese, Arabic, and the translation in different and then when you are doing reporting, so you have the flexibility of the languages to be adopted as well. But that is one of the core here. As of today, when most of the ERP don't have n number of languages, you can enter the data multiple languages. There are ERP who are giving the only one or two languages. That is also limited. So our side, we are going in the open where the organization want any number of languages. They can configure customizable dashboard and report, which is very useful. Any user, any management, executive management, they want to see the data in their own way. So we cannot go very predefined, which is our current adaptation in our product. As we are evolving, we are seeing this change. So that is the power we have to give to the business. Then customizable form, whatever the at the moment flow that we have, whatever the screen that we have at the moment. So here we say, no, this is we cannot change. This is not possible to change. Many things are experienced at the moment, but here the freedom will come again. The game changing happening that we are. But the way you want to change anything, you can change it. Obviously, there are something maybe very core that is you will not touch, but maximum flexibility we can provide. So that's the way that you will be getting more involved in your business process and the business needs. Notification service across the application, either mobile application, app application. And the central hub is the platform where we are managing our all the services which is related to the authorization, authentication, logins, and licensing. This is the part which is the key part, which is actually the one which is going to be a backbone of any product to scale it up. Then on my right side, we are saying that out of the box products is available, which is different type of product from different industry needs. You just need to plug and play those products in your umbrella. So Steam platform is available. You can go through the same products that we have in our umbrella at the moment, 17 to 18 those. Some are under conversion, some are still convert, some names are there as SCM. We have the HR core. Last year we are working on our talent management and we have come across already with MVP. First finance and supply chain, SRM, supplier relationship management. customer relationship management, industry-specific solutions. So there are multiple solutions. I will not go on a list. So those are already available under the umbrella, which is unified system. You can choose those. This is a flexibility. Plus, if we feel that there is a certain business feel that if there is a module that we need to develop, which is not there also, that is a platform can allow you to build within the same platform. So in this case, you don't need to have another system, and then you have the OSOS system as well. So this is the flexibility of our platform, and that is the way you can adopt your business agility and then transform, and then you can grow. So that is the solution that we are giving at our side, which is we are confident that yes, if this is the one is going to be resolve our problem, which is currently pain point that we have. The business has the less control and high cost. Lastly, I just want to conclude how we are empowering the summarize whatever I have mentioned, empowering the business, our business user, and how we can play our role to improve their growth and improve their success. So these are the components which I just mentioned before, like out of the box products available, which is you just choose and launch as you want. You can start it right away without any delay. It's like we have usually said, we have to prepare everything. Everything will be ready and available with you. In case you want to customize, then you can start over the period of time do your needs accordingly. If we talk about the platform, there are a lot of English component services available, which is actually reimagine your business processes, your way, the way you want into your product. So that is a flexibility, opening mind for you that how the business can evolve and adopt. AI enablement across the product, that is for me is a real impact. Changing game into our ERP application. We have already started some use cases in our product. My brother Ali and I will going to spend more touch on this area. How we are getting AI related layer into our product. AI is not be a feature for us. It's not be a product for us. It's the need in our platform. So that is the approach that we are taking up, and Ali will going to explain further. Obviously, our platform is interconnected. All the module, whatever we have is a modular approach. All the module, whatever you are choosing from the platform. So communication, interconnectivity, integrations within the platform is available. But the question is, how about any other system that you are already using? So that system we are enabling our open API, where the internal system can communicate with the internal system can communicate with the external system, and the gateway will be open. This means that platform is available. You can grow your business, your other component that you have in your organization with the same platform. This is all about the technology platform, the benefit that you're going to get overall from this platform, and this is the way we also thinking that the many problems of our business, of our organization going to be solved with the limited cost. It will not be as I told you that many ERP changes are happening because of one reason is cost as well. Whenever because you're asking for change, and the change will come with a big cost from the big vendors. But when you have already adaptation, when you have already tool, you can change yourself. You don't need to come to the post. That's the reason I think it is actually a problem for us, but we are giving more value and freedom to our business. The real value that is we want to be have more impact to our user, our business. So that is what my last slide, and I want to end with my slide with some video, which is going to be show some glimpse of our product that we are working. I will not, we might have a more detailed session on OBP, which is going to illustrate more detailed feature. But I will just finish my presentation with the video. So this is the dashboard, which is we are giving full freedom to the organization. They can customize their own dashboards. They can insights. And this will going to be help you out to define your own way to see the data. And I would say it's not about data, it's data about data. So it will be in your control, the way you want to see and the way you want to share with your different members. It's fully power in your hand. This is our form builder where you can change the any screen that you want to change it, whatever the new feed that you want, whatever the new flow that you want. This is a very quick glance, and then report. Reporting is again one of the biggest challenge that customer need different type of report. This is full in your control, full in your power, any type of complexity of report. You can just drag and drop. You can just whatever the report that you want and start. It is, you can say within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you can create your own report. A report that you are creating, you can share with anybody, and you can people who can access also. See within the 1 minute video, you can see very quick, very tabular report you can create. So this is all about what is we are thinking to create in upcoming future. There are more components. We are not going to show you the component. So, but we will have a full detailed session further where the people who want to get more. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Saeed. That was fast. Now it's time for a short networking brunch. This is your chance to connect again, inshallah. So we have 20 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
for quite a long time as our customer and a partner. And yeah, a big applause to Richard as well. Last but not least, I have Mutasim Abdulushi is the CEO of ECT. ECT is a very known and reputable local system integrators. Let Mutasim do the introduction himself. That being said, I'll hand the mic to Salah so that you can also give us a quick introduction about what he does and how he sees things from here.
السلام عليكم. حياكم الله جميعا. Very happy to be here and also with OSOS. Just to give you a background about ITCA Group, probably some of you have heard about it, some might not. ITCA is one of the subsidiary groups of Oman Investment Authority. And under the ITCA Group, we have several companies. These companies are mainly investing in IT and communication projects. Now, when it comes to DTM, we mainly invest or implement digital transformation projects. We have implemented, for example, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Fisheries, and right now we're about to implement other projects. So I will leave it for now. I'll give more discussions during the questions.
Thank you, Salah. Richard?
And thanks first of all for the invite to join this panel. So as Martin introduced, like I said, Nestor is a global MENA-focused oilfield service company. We have about 5,000 users using the OSOS QTC solution, which I mean, over the years we have been working with OSOS to adopt it to our needs, and that's I think one of the strengths, which was mentioned as well earlier, that I mean, instead of buying some other products, we looked at other products as well, but the big thing is that, I mean, OSOS really was there to tailor it to specific needs, because I mean, each company will have specific needs, specific requirements, and I think if you look where the platform is now compared to a few years ago, I mean, without asking for a discount, I think you can easily compete with other reputable global software platforms. I mean, that's really a big thing. Most of the clients during audits, we present, they're all very impressed as well with the platform, the solutions we provide now.
Thank you, Richard. We're going to keep quoting you on that.
I think I will start from the beginning on that.
Yeah.
So Martin, thank you very much, and I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Abdullah and the team of us for having ECT team here. ECT, one of the local companies here in Oman, we started very early the journey of the transformation started in 2015. So from let's say from a group and team, being from 2 to 3 people, and today we are more than 55. We are assuring that we are implementing the right solutions in the market with the right partners. And today we are so proud to see the journey of OSOS and the journey that we are making it together and the success,
Inshallah. Thank you, Mutasim. Again, thank you everybody for your valuable time and effort in making this panel. Again, this session is, there's no slides or anything. This session is more about storytelling, about sharing experiences, and at the same time also sharing experiences from their own domain and their experiences with our products at the same time. So I am taking that opportunity to also present that to our audience here. So what I've done is that, I've designed this particular panel into 3 themes based on the background of you gentlemen. I've kept a good, sense of where you guys are coming from. So the first theme will be around digital transformation, and of course that will be a cakewalk for Sabah. to talk about, and then the second theme will be on global scale of how health and safety plays an important role. And of course, for our third team, since Matasim is also a customer and a partner, we'll take his perspective about how he sees from both the perspective. So that being said, Salah, I would definitely start from you, where you've been in the market and you have seen a lot of digital transformation projects. So give us a bit of general overview of how today the digital transformation is impacting the market in general, and also if you want to share some specifics about how it is impacting Oman as such, that will also be a very good insight.
Okay, so I'm not sure one session would be enough for this, but I'll try to be very precise. Thank you for the opportunity, Martin. Now, when it comes to digital transformation projects in Oman, and maybe we'll link that to the efforts of the ministry when it comes to the digital economy. So we need to take it in context in this regard. The way I see it is, in the next 3 years, probably we will achieve what we have achieved globally in the last decade. Things are moving so fast that it's very difficult to keep up. And there are really three main drivers for this digital transformation and the big shift that is happening in the world. It's so big that it is becoming an essence and part of geopolitics. One of the first drivers is a lot of governments, especially in the area, are investing heavily in digital transformation projects. And this is driven by the need for transparency, the drive to be more competitive compared to our peers worldwide. The second drive is the cloud. Of course, the cloud, probably in other countries, people don't talk about it, it's default. However, I want to just twist the need for the cloud here when it comes to AI. As you all know, that AI has exploded since the release of ChatGPT, and although some people would say AI is a hype, it's exaggerated. Maybe in some cases it is. However, in general, it will really impact the digital economy in the next decade. Now, why am I focusing on AI? Of course, everybody knows that ChatGPT, everybody got to know what AI. I still don't believe everybody really understands what AI is. Probably IT people and AI experts really understand what AI is able to achieve. Now, when it comes to the region here, it relates to the need, which is the third driver, it relates to the need for energy. So, what does energy have to do with the technology discussion? Without energy, you really cannot power the data center. And I'll give another example that maybe not everybody knows, but in the GCC, there's a very big concentration of aluminum smelters. And you also have steel smelters. The reason for this is we have access to low-cost energy, which is one of the biggest drivers for being able to produce these two elements or methods economically. The same is happening with AI. In order to run AI and to train and to run it, you need to have access to low-cost energy, otherwise it becomes extremely prohibitive. As an example, the head of OpenAI, he said, for them to process the word please, when you write in chat and you say, can you please do this? By the way, you don't need to say please, but that word itself costs them millions of dollars just to process that word. This is just an example of how energy consuming AI technology is. Related to the third part is now everybody is trying to be close to the edge. And what I mean by that is in the region, the rollout of 5G is becoming the default at the moment. In the region, we have achieved more than 90%. And with the access to 5G, you will definitely need to have access to the latest technologies. And this is why, for example, Oman has embarked on a very ambitious initiative led by Hydrom to be able to produce hydrogen energy and to be a hub for green and cost-effective energy. As you are all aware, there's a race in the GCC between Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Both of them are trying to compete when it comes to access to technology. It's becoming a necessity to be an owner and a driver of AI technology instead of being only a consumer to that regard. So the next 3 years, in my opinion, will have a very big shift in terms of technology and its impact on the overall digital economy.
Thank you, Salah. That's a great insight. And I just shift to Richard here, and then probably let's take a bit of sense from Richard as to how the safety aspect plays a role in the oil and gas or the energy sector. And then I'll have a follow-up question on that later about how the technology is helping Richard in safeguarding those initiatives. Richard, give us a sense of safety in the energy sector.
No, thanks, Martin. So, I mean, obviously, like any industry, and oil and gas is one of the leading ones. Really, I mean, has made tremendous improvement in safety performance of the last 20 years. We start seeing it starts to plateau in most organizations, most companies globally. And a bit going back to, I mean, AI technology. I mean, we just at the baby steps of what AI in the future can achieve. I think most of us probably don't even have an understanding of what in the future it can all achieve. But if you look at from a safety perspective, I mean, we have the OSOS platform. We report a lot of employees, we report a lot of risk identification reports, a lot of audits, accident investigations, leadership visits. And now the thing is with AI is to be able to actually analyze all of this data and go into more predictive, where it actually will tell me most likely this location, this type of accident is likely to occur. That you actually going to be more on very predictive instead of trying to analyze. Because there's I don't know if you look at, we have probably hundreds of thousands of these reports in the system. And to actually really use this big data sets, AI is going to be extremely powerful to help you in this analysis and then try to connect the different dots. And I mean, as part of the compliance, audits, I mean, for us to, I mean, we get audited by clients to see this, do certain things. I mean, as well, from that, the whole platform is important to be able to show that. And it's good to hear, like I said, we're going into AI. AI, like I said, it's, and with the next in quantum computing, which is still a few years, but once that's there, I mean, the type of solutions, everything we can solve is way beyond anything we can do now and go to the whole predictive. So I think we just need the baby steps for AI.
Thank you, Richard. Mutasim, I'll come to you because me and you are counterparts in the market because unlike Richard and Salah, they do engage more vendors with us, right? But then how do you see digital transformation projects of late in the market from a vendor perspective?
If we see the journey itself for them, very early on, with the technology of the big data and etc. The people wants more after that, after 2010 and 2012. The transformation starts actually from the hardware infrastructure, and it went to the bit, as Mark was mentioning, the more access and speed to the internet. You need the latest technology, which it takes you somehow very close to your platform without you having that platform itself in your own brain. The good thing, if you come and see the solution which is showing us today, the showcase completely, you have the both. You can have the search solution decision on your brain itself, and it even happen for you. By having the high speed technology itself from the speed access, you need the second part, the technology itself, the platforms which you go from the ERP solution, CRMs, HRMS solution, and others. It gives you an edge to be more close to your clients, more close to your employees, more close even though from what you can do with the data. Regardless where you are, whether you are on the local or you are on somewhere else. So this itself, it makes everything much faster and speedy from the decision maker itself. So I can see that the transformation of it happened in the last decade itself, and money itself was a huge, and the impact itself, not on the enterprise, even though on the small and medium enterprise itself. So everyone become more agile, more faster in their decisions, more close to their domain. So this is one of the big impact we saw it rapidly. Coming from the perspective of the customer, as well on the PCTs, and at the same time, so when you can see from the customer perspective, we have done itself an e-transformation within itself. So that transformation, which is let us first of all, we went with we make sure that we are locally compliant with everything the standards codes. So the first step when we did our consultant part, so we had to implement the ISO 9001. So while we are doing that process, we have seen that there is a big number of forms and compliance forms we have to do internally. As someone during the same with the end users, our customers, we are sure that we implement something for them. We cannot come up with so many chaos of the forms having it on our table. Itself to do it. So the first step of what we have to do, we are sure that to transform all of that solutions, that all of that documents and forms itself to something more electronic art. So that itself was a journey for us as a customer. We are using itself the solution within ECD. So it's changed and it gives us an edge and it gives us more accuracy to our own data. We understand what we are doing internally within the ECD. So after that, we have to do the same as we are satisfied with the solution. So that the impact of the self solution, how it can change all the other entities, let's say, as a government entities, it goes to something goes with the more to the private entities, it shows the same big impact for them. Showing, as we said in the beginning, it shows the right tool that we do have it. Using it through OSOS, it can make the change itself for the others, for our own customers as well. So this both angles from the customer as a customer for the OSOS, and as well joining the same solution to our end users, make that big change for the whole edge of the technology itself, the utilization and access to the data. You have it more than privacy on that part, and as well you can relieve many of the load for the human resource, and you can make it shorter within the day.
Great. Thanks, Tasim. From a digital transformation standpoint, Salah, I probably will come to you again. How ERP systems, are transforming large-scale digital transformation initiatives, because I know you're seeing a lot of such projects within the public sector domain. So, what's your take on ERP system? The side of large-scale transformations.
So, if you look at it from, so we have two perspectives as coming from IFCAP. The first perspective is investment, and this is one of the roles that IFCAP does, is investing in local companies, to enable them and to empower them to be able to become a global player. Now, when it comes in the digital transformation projects locally, we need to look at the client. We were a client to one of the bigger or one of the known ERP systems, and we opted to go with OSOS. The reason is not because we invested in OSOS. In fact, we're not happy with the price so far. However,
but I did have a follow-up. Anyway, you answered that.
so even though we are a shareholder, we still didn't get the best price, which also shows that they really believe in their system, and that's something that we are proud of. Now, going back to the customer, that you have categories of customers. You have large scale customers, you have medium and small scale customers. Now, when it comes to these customers, my personal opinion, I would like ERP to be an easy journey to automate their internal solutions. It should not be the case that ERP alone is the only digital transformation project within the organization. It should be one of the enablers to automate a lot of the tasks that are there to help the companies become more efficient instead of manually and employing a lot of people who will do mundane tasks that really doesn't have a lot of career growth in that. And also to become a very solid source and accurate source of data for the other digital transformation project would be based on data analytics or AI. So from the perspective of Edka, the way if I could bring it back to us is if a government entity or even an OI company, unless they are really niche in their requirements, my default recommendation to them is OSOS. And this really goes back to one of the most important things is because OSOS is, their ERP system is, first of all, capable of delivering the majority of the requirements from day one. They own the solution, so they're capable to enhance it. And the most important thing is the support is local. I always give the example when somebody comes and says, I want the best and the greatest in terms of technologies or solutions from the world. One of the challenges that we have is support. So I ask them, is the support local? That's the first thing I ask about is, what is the support structure that this company has? And sometimes the reaction is, why don't you ask first about the technology, whether you like it or not? And I give this example, a Ferrari and a Corolla in congestion, they're going at the same speed. So it really goes back to the level of support that you get locally, which really enhances the user experience and enhances the adoptions and satisfies customers into ambassadors such as ourselves here. And that's really the core of how I see ERP systems here.
Thank you, Salah. Richard, I know you've been with us for the last 5+ years using our QHSC, and in fact, we've been working not in the spirit of customer-client relationship, but in the spirit of partnership. So maybe for the benefit of the audience, if you can give us your experience, how OSOS QHSC has helped you in overseeing HSC operations across 17 countries, because you being the global HSC director, what is that the system has enabled you with?
Yeah, so just to give a background, when Esther started, it's a combination of different companies. And in Oman, they used a previous version of the QC platform. And in other countries outside of Oman, another platform was used. So we decided that we need to have one platform across the whole company, because at that time it was really difficult for me to look at global performance, or even individual performance. There's a lot of Excel sheets, system couldn't really give the output. So now we have one fully integrated system. I can very easily, in between countries, in between different segments of countries, combine it and filter. So, besides that, from an assurance perspective, as I mentioned earlier, for us to be able to show doing either client auditing us or doing any ISO audits, it's very easy to provide assurance. the visibility on compliance to myself and the management team, and like I said, performance tracking to the dashboards, everything we've developed over the years. It's become very easy to use. And the other thing which we implemented a few years ago is the mobile application. So everybody nowadays has access to a mobile. It's easy to whenever you want, whenever you feel like to put in a report instead of. Even if you don't have connectivity, automatically if you have connectivity, the system will allow. So it's just become a very user-friendly system. And like I said, we continue to develop as needed. But he has given us this visibility, the assurance, and ease of use. And the other thing is I mentioned, support is local. So whenever we have new initiatives or new ideas, it's very easy to sit down locally with the team and then actually work on implementing it.
So how important, Richard, is global scalability? Because since you oversee global operations, how technology has helped you scale globally? Of course, because you keep tomorrow you have a new site. How easy it is for you to have such a platform and kind of serve another new site or a new entity.
Scalability is extremely easy. Just say if tomorrow we would decide to buy another company, within 1 minute I can update the system. Have the company fully integrated in the system. From a user perspective, I'm not an expert in IT, but users are ID. So new employees coming on board automatically have access to the platform, single sign-on, no need for particular passwords. One password they use for logging into the Windows system is the same as for here. So it's all auto single sign-on. New people join, people leave, the system automatically will update. So, and like I said, from a scalability, even if tomorrow we start in another country, 1 minute in the country is set up fully. So it's a very easy, scalable system which you can use. Maybe, for example, in Oman, we start with new business segments. 1 minute, the new segments are integrated in the system. So it's very easy to scale as per the company needs.
And your experience with OSOS, how OSOS has supported you in scaling to that level?
Like I said, OSOS has been very supportive. He sits in the back of the room, Muscat. I want to thank Muscat and his team. Sometimes he gets a bit of heat, but they're very supportive. Even during the weekend, sometimes there's a hiccup. Normally within half an hour it's fixed. So very good support from the team. And also proactive, trying to see and implement things. Very good.
Great, thank you for the feedback, Richard. A big shout out to our staff and our support team. Thank you. So, Mutasim, from your experience, you engage a lot of customers in the market. How do you see today the requirements that are changing with the advent of AI being in place? Because there is a shift. I've seen a bigger shift from a static reporting to BI, because back then I remember BI was something very must have, kind of a tool. But now I think that has replaced it. So now it's the AI. So how do you see the market demands from the customers?
If we come to the point of AI itself, and here today, Faith is a solution, and I really salute they are keeping on that page for each and everything, assuring that they are driving it in the market, and even though all the end users. As when we come to the point of AI itself, is it's completely making a huge change itself, the way we look to the data itself, the way we see and generate the final result, whatever has been entered in a very proper way within the system. The end result of it becomes such smart with the AI itself. So the AI is supporting us to eliminate so many additional work we have to do with a bunch of people. Let's say within a minute. You can have even those so detailed reports of the data you have entered. You need a search tool to support you with that. So the AI is the solution for that to grab everything and put it in a way where you can just give an age to the display of measurement to make the last decision with the final fine tuning a little bit, and everything will be set. There's something has been said even though well by Jim Collins that I have gotten from that book. So if you want to move any entity from just a good company to the great, then you have to show that one of the elements you have to use it is the technology that you are implementing within within your entity. After you mentioned the vital leadership and others, age problem, or the other element, one of these I can call it the technology you are using within your own entity, or you are trying to learn from that one to assure that you are keeping always. And the people who, even though we say it's important from others, say if the change of the technology is not supporting you to keep updated, make sure that then the change of the technology itself will change you. So you have to keep always yourself up to date with the latest technology. So the AI is taking that place and assuring it's giving you that age to see the data, analyzing your data, your reporting style, everything has come to that age. You can see that the points, let's say in the back days, how many people we need at least to summarize everything for us? We need a huge, let's say, a team to assure that we are having that age of the, and the time we have to consume at least to have this data is the final report is not less than, let's say, a couple of weeks. Now it's within a click you can have it. Now, if we have a such platforms, we come and see such platform with OSOS in different industry-wise, and just implementing one more fine and nice milestone with the life, the AI technology today, means you are completely on different area itself. So yeah, AI is changing and it lives without age itself.
Great. Thank you, Mutasim. I'll take a clue from what you said on a change perspective. You know, change is the only constant that's there. So that being said, Salah, from a change perspective, you rolled out a big group-wise ERP with us, right? And prior to OSOS, you were with another tier one ERP vendor, which was Microsoft Dynamics. I don't want to shy away in saying that we were successfully able to replace Microsoft Dynamics, not because you are our investor, but we went through a very stringent evaluation process, both technically and commercially. So we fought every odds. So how did you kind of evaluate from a real technology evaluation perspective? Of course, not from a subsidiary investment standpoint.
So, as you mentioned, Martin, I think we were very tough in this evaluation. Generally, a subsidiary, if you are investing in a subsidiary and they have a solution, the obvious and default choice you would say, I will just use it. No need for a tender, no need for any evaluation. However, with change, of course, there is resistance. There's people who, even in our team, who didn't even know what this is and their capabilities. Me being part of the executive management had insights on decision to invest in OSOS. I also have received a lot of feedback, of course, some good, some bad. However, in general, the consensus within the management team that we had is the right choices to go for. Now, of course, the management is not the one that will implement the solution, so you need to get the buy-in. This is where change management is extremely important, even within the organization. And the way we did that is we went through a very strict and tendering process. We had many sessions with OSOS and with Oracle, also naming the other part. So it was Oracle Fusion, which is the #1 ERP SaaS, in Gartner. Yes. Now, when we looked at all of that, we found that not only OSOS is capable of providing almost everything that we needed, their business model was quite flexible, and this is really the most important thing. Oracle being a very big organization, they have minimums. The minimum number of users is 1,000. Minimum number of this is 200 per module. So which was, probably sometimes double or triple the number of accounts that we wanted. So this was one issue. The other issue was the contracting business model, the support structure. Oracle does not provide support directly; they go through partners. So all of this together made us make a decision, a confident decision that OSOS is the right choice, even though it is an investment of Edka. And this was evident when we implemented the solution. Within 2 months, we were live with the first module, and subsequently, I think within another 2 months, we were live with everything. Yes, one of the supporting factor is two things. We had a dedicated team within ITCA to implement this. The other thing is we didn't have a very big number of legacy data or number of employees. However, one of the most important things is they gave us support assurance, and they were physically there almost every day. They gave us the support from the back end. And I think so far it's been a successful story. They take our recommendations seriously when it comes to issues or when it comes to recommendations for enhancement. Because I believe one of the biggest sources for a company to enhance this is their customers. And this we see it with small and big companies. I mean, we ourselves as Oracle Cloud partner, we've helped them develop a business model.
Great. Salah, thank you for that insightful thoughts, and also a recommendation in its own way, because we have a lot of prospective customers out there, and to them, Richard, what is one thing that you recommend or OSOS, which could be your argument, to go with us?
Definitely, I think the local support and the option to adopt the system. I mean, like you mentioned, some other companies, more reputable or more international, they have a system and they're not very flexible, maybe to change or the system based on some particular requirements a customer has, or it's more a fit for solution, and then you just need to buy it, and it's not very very easy to change. And then, I mean, like I said, the local component is obviously there to obviously from the mining company invest in Oman, like I said, help them develop these type of products.
Great. Mutasim, from a partnership perspective, okay. Now, I'm sure you cannot only have one partner, because as a digital transformation company, you will have to partner with multiple vendors, and you're also partnered with us. And maybe your genuine comparison and feedback as to how you will position OSOS to your customers versus another vendor that you might already be working with? What confidence will OSOS gives you?
Looking the same from the partner perspective, we have our own, let's say, checklist. One of these most important also is covering everything around. We talk 360 degree. We see it from the part of they owning their own technology, number one. Number two, we see it from the point of the support and their exist within their own in our market. That number two, they're so close from that. But our colleague here has said it, they are just between you and them is just a call. You have to make to assure. They, if we see it from the system integrator, what the customer are looking for, they want the technology that you have it, you want it. The second, support. How quick you can support us to come out the hustle that we are having right now and we can achieve our target us. These two most important things that you need in any solution you are trying to provide it and guide your clients to have it. واجينا على نفس النقطة هذه أذكر أن كثير لما تحركنا في السوق من 2015 يوم لاحظنا حاجة قضينا عدد كبير من المؤسسات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص إلى أهم سؤالين. هل أنتم برضه مباشرة مع السلوك الثاني؟ هل السبورت بيننا وبينكم يعني على بس بيننا وبين الاتصال يعني how fast you can achieve as نحن واحد من المصادر اللي لما نقدم السلوكيات لأن السلوكيات تم تصميمه بطريقة جدا جميلة وهو up to date كل تقنية يقدمون لها أسس مع كل التفاصيل you can have it. الشيء الثاني بينك وبين التواصل قدام الفني اللي تحتاجه عشان تطور الاتصال. فهذا التواصل بالسرعه والتقنيه اللي انت اللي يغير المؤسسه على مستوى الى مستوى اخر. يا في المتناول اليدي هذا افضل ما يكون نشوفه في اسس has created that age from a perspective of product that we right now trying to position it within our local market and we can go inshallah that work with market as well. So for yes, also have the 360 care that we have you want and they are very close to you and they are up to date.
Thank you, Mutasim. Sabah, maybe you will also have a similar experience because you also engage a lot of other vendors as well as part of your EQM.
So I wanted to add and really emphasize because I already said that Mutasim mentioned it and Richard also. Now I think I want to emphasize two things: support. And really, if you're making a decision on ERP, you really need to focus on support. Support is because I'm sure that this is one of the things that happens is the head of IT or the head of the digital transformation projects is the one who is recommending to the executive management or the CEO to go for a particular ERP solution. One of the most important things is you're putting your name on the line there. And one of the things to make sure that you show your executive management that you made the best decision is to look at support. Let me give you a real example. I'm supposed to be here in the morning from the beginning of the session. I wasn't able to because I was called to a very big company complaining about support of another vendor that we are engaged. And it goes back to the same thing, support. Why am I not getting the support? Why do I need to deal with the partner? Why can't I go directly to the company who owns the product? This is one thing. So, and then it's a huge project. Now, the second part that you really need to consider is the fact that OSOS, being an Omani company that we are extremely proud of, owns the source code. They own this product. You need to just think about that because if you go to Microsoft, if you go to Oracle, if you go to SAP, and you tell them, I need this change, I need this module, I need changes, they will tell you take it or leave it. Or they will tell you build another system that is outside of it and connect to it just to meet your requirement. So for me, the decision, and by default, this is not only my personal recommendation to everybody here in Oman, it has recommendation, ERP equals OSOS, there's nothing else. Unless, for us, the exception is, I have something very niche. I need SAP for something really particular. I need Oracle for something really particular. I need Microsoft for something. That for us, that is really the exception. So for you as decision makers, you want to make sure that when you recommend to your executive management that you look at all of these elements. And if you haven't, if you are a current customer and you have your recommendations or an issue, our door is also open, because one of the things that we do as shareholders in process is we, as having a seat on the board, we do drive and recommend strategy. We do drive investment decisions. So this is a collaborative effort here. And to finalize, if you're going with anything other than OSOS, then I think we'll have another talk.
So, Salah, we're going to wrap this up, but just before I let you all three go, I want you to describe in one word what's your digital journey experience. If you have to describe your digital journey in one word, what would you say?
Complex.
Richard?
Enabling.
Enabling? Okay, fantastic.
The right solution to be in the right place.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your valuable insight and your experience. Truly, of course, we take all of this, the experience that you guys have earned over a period of years to the market. And of course, this is the story that we're going to be telling time and again to our customers, our prospective clients. And also, this keeps us inspiring within the organization to build more stronger and innovative products. So I would like to ask everybody to give a big round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you. Wadah, all to you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you to our panelists for such an engaging session. Next, we'll showcase Brave, our AI-powered platform, transforming enterprises into intelligent, future-ready business. Please welcome Ali Hanai.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for being here today and being patient with all the teasers that we've heard so far about life. It definitely got me quite excited to start discussing and talking more about it, but I'm still quite conflicted in how much I should be sharing, but at the same time, quite happy that I should be doing it justice, and justice to the team that is currently working behind it. But before I do so, I'd like to pose quite a simple question to all the leaders here in the room. What is the cost of a single minute in your organization? So when I'm talking about a minute, not just in 60 seconds, but in blind confidence in the momentum of a project and the resilience of your operations. So what sort of reputation does this minute hold to your institute? For example, let's take it back to 2012, the Royal Bank of Scotland, when a system failure had occurred, and it had led to many of the users blind, where they couldn't access their accounts. Millions of transactions were put on hold, leading to unsatisfied customers. And into our reputational loss that has far exceeded the single minute that we spoke about. What about in the governmental sector back in 2013? Good answer.
Okay, back in 2013, when all the permits and contracts in the US government and approvals were put to a stop, and these national initiatives that they have placed were stalled, and despite forcing to these businesses to move their fundings and investments outside. And during COVID-19, when a lot of the hospitals were facing overwhelming number of patients that they had here, and the demand for treatment was quite high, and the treatment was scarce. But at the same time, there was an issue with accessing the critical information about each patient and how fast could it be. So a minute for the health sector is definitely more valuable than other sectors, because it could be the difference between a loss of life and recovery. So we can now agree that a minute is never just a minute. It represents value, it represents progress, and it also represents trust. And it is the lifeblood of every enterprise. And every minute lost, I feel like, is a strategic setback. So now let's bring that into reality. We're talking about a minute of mundane repetitive tasks across hours of time-consuming tasks across weeks and months and years. I feel like the loss here is quite compounding, and the compounding loss can be translated into not only an organizational setback, but also in terms of national priorities and national initiatives. So I feel like this is where artificial intelligence can come in. I don't believe that AI is here to replace people, not just yet. I firmly believe that it's here to overtake the tasks that are too mundane, too repetitive, and we should be checking an iPhone. I feel like if a task is too easy for an AI to accomplish, it means it has the edge over us, and it also means that there are bigger challenges that we must accomplish, and bigger peaks to climb. So I feel like AI, when applied responsibly, can be transformative. It can take these lost minutes and convert them into advantages that are imperative to the country, that are determined for a country that is determined to realize its vision in 2040. I believe like that every minute saved is a minute that can be reinvested into our collective future. So AI is not a new tech at all. It has been around for almost a century now. And it has had its shifts over time. It started off as a rule-based system where we as humans had to set the rules for it to abide to. It was initially quite useful, but it had a human in the loop that had to take care of validation and make sure that it's going about the tasks and processes as we should. But it was limited when it comes to innovation. Then we got to machine learning when we had the first eureka moment. We realized that machines do actually have an edge over us in some tasks, namely predictive analysis and reasoning and providing predictions that are hard for the human eye to catch. And now we're at the steps of generative AI, where it's the most exciting. And this is where machines are starting to act just like us, our way of speaking, our mother tongue, and our way of thinking and deciding for approaches. So what makes this moment quite unprecedented by the moments that I've mentioned before? I believe it stems down to three main pillars. The first one being data explosion. So we had a data explosion where every interaction, every transaction, and every report record is being used as a weapon, as a competitive advantage. And we're currently sitting on a gold mine when it comes to this. It's all about you putting it to use and taking advantage of it. And then the computational power. Without the computational power, we wouldn't be where we are now. We had the data before, we had some mature algorithms to start with, but the process of learning, training models, and finding patterns all require quite a scalable infrastructure that we must rely on. And then finally, the mature algorithms. Mature algorithms initially, when found to be as fictitious in research papers not too long ago, maybe a few years ago, are now actual solutions that are used by institutes and governments all around the world. So I believe the result is simple but profound. AI has shifted from being experimental to becoming a competitive necessity. It is no longer a question if an entity should use AI or should adopt AI, but it's a question of how fast to adopt it and how strategically to implement it within their systems. So across the industries and nations, leaders are already realizing that the leaders that embrace the power of AI will be the leaders deciding the trajectory of the digital economy in the future. As for Oman, it's quite important for us to understand where we are today. Initially, we need to decide that data sovereignty is quite important. We start off by realizing data sovereignty is not only about having data locally in Oman, but it's also about creating our own AI algorithms. It's about creating our own LLMs in the future, not just simply using what we see in the market, but also finding something that is fine-tuned and finding the area of our needs. And then our 2040 vision. In a 2040 vision that is set to be led by digital innovation in a digital economy, we come to realize that AI will be at the forefront of this innovation. As for leadership, I believe AI, that Oman must not only adopt AI as we speak, but it must own its own journey when it comes to AI, specifically for the nuances that are currently available in the market, especially for our tailored findings that we need to address. So let's think of it this way. In logistics, we can perform smarter supply chains by predicting the market needs and confirming Oman's regional hub as it always has been. And for energy, we can forecast demand, waste, loss of energy. We can reduce waste this way, and for government, we can have faster approvals and more automated and validated, even though we can have human in the loop. But this also means that we will improve the experience of the civilians. As for education, which is, I feel like, is one of the most important parts, we need the AI to help us understand the trends in the market that we gaps that are currently available, and personalized education for each Omani student for them to fully understand and capable of approaching the market once they graduate. Okay, so why does AI matter to OSOS? I believe AI matters to OSOS because we are a company that has started off over a decade ago. And we have the expertise in different sectors like finance, government, real estate, and education. And this expertise fully understands the needs of the market. Especially in AI, it's quite important not to just have general AI that can solve the general wide area of questions, but also, again, finding tuner to the practical problems we need to solve, providing the actual value. As for data management, which is the very fuel of this AI, we have dealt with unstructured data, with structured and large data warehouses, where if not managed correctly, and if not processed efficiently, will not lead to good AI use or not real AI value. And we also have gathered an expert team of AI engineers, architects, domain experts that make this all very possible. Okay, so for our vision, regarding the minutes that we have spoken about, our vision is to reclaim those minutes, multiply their value for the public and private sectors. To sovereign responsible AI, built here, hosted here, serving here. And this is an initiative we already have taken from the get-go, from around 2 years ago. We understood that it would be easy to just use external tools and external APIs and communicate with outside providers. But what does that mean to our national asset, which is our data? It means that it will be compromised and we will be sacrificing a lot. We will be sacrificing independence, be sacrificing governance, and we'll also be sacrificing security. So, sovereignty by design starts from scratch, from the AI being built, from the algorithms being owned by us. The means to value productivity ensures that whatever we are building has actual meaning, has actual substance and value, and is not an LLM that can act as a chatbot. And then, also being human-centered and trustworthy, it's quite important not to feel like AI is competing with us, but assisting us, taking us away from the mundane, repetitive tasks that give us more time to innovate, to lead and think, and make decisions better. And then using local talents and ecosystems is a big part of it. So having the capabilities of building AI from scratch, using the local talents, is something we're all about. A resilient local infrastructure will ensure that we can scale as we grow. Okay, so I've talked about our vision, and I think it's time to do some stories of our success stories that we have had in the past 2 years. Initially, when we started off the AI department, we had quite the areas to look into. Initially, we looked at predictive models, forecasting models, to realize the limitations that are set by current data and how improvements are needed before we can establish something of value. So what's another step that we could take that could ensure that we can provide value as we stand today and not just wait for another hype to overcome and overshadow. So initially we started where data is valuable, where it's structured and written properly in our own human language. And that is document management. Just like OneDrive or any other tool that stores all our documents. This is a very old source of truth for whatever we need, whether it's our policies, our guides, our documents, our products that we are writing about. So we started off with document management system and we integrated the AI into it the first time. Initially, we started with summarization. The complexity was if I had given you a 100-page document and asked you to make a decision based on that the next 5 minutes, it would be quite complicated. Someone would have to go maybe read some of the titles to decide on where to approach the problem, or try to find some keywords. But with our summarization algorithms built in-house, we use our own algorithm to decide on key information that should be included into the story and according to the summary, making decision-making much faster, as well as translation and conserving context and domain-specific jargon. We're going to talk about using Google Translate, which is honestly a very good tool to use, and it could be used locally. But there are some specific local dialect words that are used that are only familiar to us and not to other external providers. Why I believe that AI should be built locally. And then for smart search, imagine having to find an answer in a second. And all you are given is one prompt across all your documents. Using embeddings and vectors, we can quickly find the most appropriate context for your answer. And then in recruitment module, which brings happiness to me when I remember it because it was one of the biggest challenges for me. Being the first AI employee at OSOS, I was tasked with creating a team that would be able to take this initiative and to work on actual products that will serve their purpose. So I did whatever any sensible AI engineer would do, and I gamified it. I turned it into a competition with our HR officers, and we compared traditional methods of actually hiring people with using AI. So initially, we had to create job descriptions based on concise attributes and parameters that are finely tuned for whatever we believe this gap should be filled in with. If I had a project in mind and some specific skills, this means this should be integrated from our PM module and taken into our recruitment module. There we have our JD created. Then we will fetch CVs, we will pass through them. Probably how long it takes to process CV. At max, if you think it's interesting, you'll take more than maximum of 6 seconds to get CV. On average, it's probably 2. So we can realize here that it's not always giving justice to these candidates, but with using AI to parse these CVs and unifying them because they do not come in one standard format, they come in different shapes and sizes. So instead of having to look at multiple shapes and sizes, we've deciphered one simple code where we're fetching the important deciding factors of what will it take to hire someone. Finally, ranking and filtering. Imagine if I said, I want an AI engineer from a man with 2 years of experience and excels at Python. Simply writing that in English will enable them to search through all the CVs that we have gathered and find these specific attributes in less than seconds. And finally, introducing length. I'll try to do my best into not leaving any info out that we shouldn't, but I'll have to also tread carefully what I say. The reason for deciding on length, initially the name, apart from being our CEO's grandson, it resembles blessings from the sky. Something that nourishes us, doesn't replace us. But it also resembles, at the same time, cloud help, cloud assistance from cloud infrastructure. So we can see the resemblance there in what we believe the world laid in our case, what we have here today. So because we've realized that a lot of the unforeseen examples and problems that we will face when it comes to creating agentic AI to serve their purpose, just like in document management, just like in recruitment, we know for sure that we do not have enough products to serve our AI team. And this is why we've decided to lend a hand out for anyone that has a problem they would like to solve or a task they would like to automate. And given the name LATE, it stands for Generative AI Task Handling or Task Handler, because it's not here to replace people, but handle their tasks, giving them better time and make better decisions. So it's going to be a no-code, low-code platform where AI nodes are created to fulfill whatever problem we are trying to solve. It's a platform to empower, not to complicate. I would also like to take the chance to thank the AI team in a sector that, or in a field like AI that is quite demanding. I feel like passion is quite the driving force when it comes to AI. And their passion has been at max from the get-go at every step. And I think that's what it takes to be successful. And I remember all the late nights of debugging, of being frustrated, trying to convince LLMs to speak like we do. And I'd also like to take the chance to thank our leaders for being so forward-thinking, for giving us the chance to learn, adapt, and test out our use cases. So please, a round of applause for the leaders and the AI team. And just to reel back at the hope we started with regarding every minute matter. I feel like the future of mass digital economy will not be written by those who wait, not those who lead. So I think it's important to ask ourselves again, given the chance to reclaim those minutes using AI, how would you use them? How would you reinvest them into your workforces? How would you make better decisions? And what would you do with the time that you are given? So I believe that every minute saved is a minute that will be reinvested into our collective future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ali. That was informative, and I'm very much sure whatever Ali explained is just the surface of it. I would like a moment just to ask you a few questions. Who from this company that they are in this room, they are using AI efficiently? I'm not talking about ChatGPT in my normal, but AI as an AI in the organization. I say, exactly. One? Only one? AI? Two? More that? No AI? Three? Oh, definitely. Cloud Acropole is definitely there, isn't it? Isn't it still? We are waiting for it, I know. Anyone else? So, three companies only? Yeah, I know the challenges. So I'm trying to describe while they are working here, so please bear with me. So any reason why you are still not yet shifting to the AI? Sorry.
You ask,
Yes.
you think it division.
Yes, efficiently the company.
That's the, we are using AI and we use it to generate some reports. But can we consider it efficiently? We still say no because there's a lot of things that AI can provide and we are not utilizing it.
Anyone else? Adil?
We are experimenting with the Copilot from Microsoft. That I can disclose.
Any Wasala?
Yeah, on the AI, the most, yeah, we are planning to make the booking can book this for the booking. The tickets through the chat, through the chat. That's all.
So anyone else are using or see that this is not yet using AI efficiently? Wonderful. So with that, I think this is a very good opportunity for us to explore it and see how we can boost the productivity and, as Ali said, to reclaim those minutes that have been lost from our organizations. Oh, sorry. Yes.
So from my experience with working with a lot of government entities, one of the challenges that we see is a lot of people get excited about AI. They do a POC on cloud services. They get the training model, the AI model that they want to use. When they come to Oman, they found out there's no GPUs. So please, before you start anything, tell your management that we have a crisis in Oman, which is the lack of GPUs. This is a really, really big issue. Otherwise, you will not be able to cater to the privacy or personal data protection law, which means you need to keep the data in Oman. So one of the things that we're working with Ministry of Transportation, Communication and Technology, which is the localization or making sure there's GPUs in the country. And this is really going answering the last question is why, for example, at Itka we haven't used it yet. Is because we need to abide by the law and we don't have enough GPUs in Oman.
Thank you so much. Any AI you are using?
Actually, we're using AI to predict default from our users as we're doing my research with the Central Bank of Oman.
Wow, that's amazing. Wonderful. So thank you for the answers. Now I'm going back to the script. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate the incredible partnerships who've been instrumental in OSOS successful. Please join us as we are honoring our key clients, supporters, and collaborators in a special recognition ceremony. And first, Ilka. Tanmeen. Nasra. Development Bank. Phoenix. ECD. Oman Tourism College. Oman Automobile Association. College of Banking and Financial Studies. Wasala. TRA. Oman Arbitration Center. Environmental Authority. Thank you so much. Now, this is a sneak peek of a product called EasyRP. Sorry, I have a match. Okay, since I'm forced to talk about ECRP, I'll make it short because it's lunchtime and I believe all of you are hungry. So we will make it a very delicious discussion about it. Sorry, I'm not prepared, so excuse me if I have any slips. So ECRP is a system that is designed for the people that cook your meal, the people that you order coffee for, the people that do the laundry. Those people, when we categorize in SME, they are holding a huge hand from our life, our daily tasks that we want them to do. So there are people that they want the system now. And they don't have time to enter the data, go for implementation, and they don't have that kind of budget. So we listen, we hear their suffering, and we go back to them and say that this is the system that will fit your needs. With all four experience, 10 plus years experience in ERP, we do understand what exactly they want. So ERP is something that we want specifically for SME, to serve SME to start onboarding them between 3 to 5 minutes maximum, including the project masters. So we are excluding a jump over the implementation phase, since their implementation is already well known and this is very short while. There's a list of industries that we are targeting, and those industries will actually, we can consider making the best of our personal lives. So ECRP is for those people that help us in our life. So that's in general and in very short. As we come to close OSOS Thrive, I would like to thank each one of you for being part of this inspiring day. Thank you all, and see you next year, inshallah.